There we go. Good morning. So we still haven't beaten A Realm Reborn. Time to try to do that.
Do you want to move around that way and I'll feed you in here?
Yes. We'll move out of your way. And to the pile of drinks.
Yeah.
What's up, suspicious Corthan? I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with him then, if you think you'll fare any better. No, there's no need for any of that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Oh. Fancy meeting you here, Peter. I presume your work for the Third brought you hither? A tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yagiri and her shinobi, we never would have discovered this connection. Oh, Master Alphanard is too kind. I feel my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promised will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. Excuse me. If you'll allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. Well, that is a most generous offer, Lady Yagiri, one which I will gladly accept. Oh, thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, I know that I shall never be far. You shall know that I will never be far, and I shall always be watching. The company thought. Come, Peter. Let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. Things are happening. Things and stuff. Captain Ilbert seems confident that his merchant's resolve will swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether that will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say, given our adversary's cunning. I should consider this fortunate if we are to spare another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our mind as it is. Occupy our time, whatever. I was eager to hear Ilber's reports on the Ivy. That's a salute. Captain Ilbert, your report. Sorry, Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You'll recall the flame we first identified as being the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came up to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fortemps. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aided in abetting the heretics. Well, that's one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prying off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our restless and relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers, available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider, then, that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say the agent is among the Robon's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames' establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. Step into a position of authority unremarked, and remain above suspicion all of these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Old Daz was ever more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa, Leminsa, and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones mined under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Oldaz's military was made up of desperate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Ralban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he'd convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. It's okay, kitty. You know what sneezes are, you silly goose. Indeed. And given the present nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. The monetarists ultimately agreed to support their organization's founding. It was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Niall von Darnus's ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of which could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue with your investigation with the first. Or whatever. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander? I shall send word to Sir Emmerich, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to these Guardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I'm aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Galamal, I see. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Pieter. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you are present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry.
Quest accepted.
Like me, you're doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she'll remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Ophica's altar, and we will make our way to the Lotus Stands together. I think I may finally have enough for this top that I was looking at. And I do. The robe of healing. What is this, Scarlet? Also, extracted from Syria. Lieutenant Scarlet would ask your aid in investigating the resurgence of a primal. Well, if it isn't the Slayer of Rama, come to see me in the flesh. How unfortunate that you should happen by. I was in fact on the verge of sending a runner to track you down. We've had some troubling news in the Sylphs of Little Solace. It appears the Lord of Levin walks the 12th wood yet again. From what I understand of the Elder Seed Seer's explanation, your last encounter with the primal was a relatively peaceful affair. There was a battle, aye, but one for which Rama did not begrudge your victory. Why then has he returned to the forest? 'Tis you, Sergeant Crolins, who fate has chosen to uncover the answer to that question. It seems that Phrixio, the Sylph's elder, would discuss the matter with you personally. First seeks the Delexia and Little Solace, and she will announce your arrival to the leader. And I would consider it a favor if you would pass along aught you learned to the Scions. As I understand it, Archon Uyair is a keen scholar in the field of all matters primal. Pray make your final report to him. My thanks for coming, Pieter. When you're ready, speak with the conjurer Leandra, and she'll show us to the Lotus Stand. The Alliance leaders await you in the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now? My apologies.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
Okay, hopefully that'll have me coughing less. All right, I believe this is the War of Succession that was referred to at the beginning.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So, young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example. and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being one of It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of a resurgent Golemon is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this, deep-rooted mistrust against the citizenry. The nation's leader can come to all understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Like the Limonsons, for instance. Though Admiral Merwib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Eldans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Just take it, the pillar of Eldan society, Tilean for example. But that is beside the point. The fact that people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue the conflict of continents is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them with something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilber has been further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is likely come from Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Pieter. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilber near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Corthius, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. All right. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Right. We're convinced that he has discovered the Ivy's identity and is preparing to move against the Garlean spy. Listen well. The spy we've been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eline Royan, Robal's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown, as their skill with a polearm is yet to be believed. This has to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she's the highest-ranking foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Roban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed from was of no interest. The Monitors saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. Then 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners. Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the monitors did not raise so much as a murmur of protest. Rael was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that Ivy has some hold over the monitorists? But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Our foremost interest to us is Rael's presence in here now. As you may well be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General, while Raban attended the Council of Alliance. Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless. On some pretense, she's up to something. Mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flame's records for evidence of Rael's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? No. You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. Reln is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. So Reln has entered the Carline Canopy, meeting someone perchance. Or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray, look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Efim is her name. I shall remain here in case Rael reappears. Peter Krolinsk, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Oh, a social visit, you say. How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger, and none bore any resemblance. But don't let me keep you. This is what has happened. Nowhere to be seen, you say. And you're sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the Seven Hells could she have gone? The Roost, how could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Montoy tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend? Wait. That necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of the West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search up in the East Shroud. Rest assured that we will continue to support you from the shadows. Thank the 12 for the dolmens. Were it not for their unique talents, Rael would have disappeared without a trace. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow our own example and take the ferry from Westbourne Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at Sweet Bloom Pier. Okay, we'll just go there then. Happy to be heading across the lake to Sweet Bloom Pier in the East Shroud. This way, my friends. Sorry. This way, my friend. There we go. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorn Hut. Sorry, your quarry makes for the Hawthorn Hut. Ephraim is truly the one we seek. We can expect that she means to make contact with the Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method for communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garlonia Works have provided us with devices to disrupt these communications, and we installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we've made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royon would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalon without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. 'Tis for this reason, I believe, that she's chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elizan are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorn Hut and catch Rayon in the act. Meow, says the kitty. My people report our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. The Ever returns to Gnarls where she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, you'll require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friend. Just beyond, Bryon is in conversation with her individual clan in the matter of an adventurer, an Imperial intermediary. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it. With me. Mm-hmm. Duh. Wine, says Kitty. Flame Marshal Elaine Morlan, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Damnation. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? You'd arrest me for strolling in the Twellswood? When last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there'll be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have not to hide. Even a warrior of realm's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness of her position was untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Odal will have a grand company that they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Pieter? We have lots of things to do. So it's time to seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you're eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray, do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have an aptitude for it, I believe, so please give it some thought. Until next time, my friend. I don't plan to. It is not my intent. I will, however, take a look at this mission over here. Lots of self-missions I can do. Conduct. Conduct is the right word. There you are. Walking One is here. Has Walking One heard of Lord Rama's return? Look. And this one does not need to explain. Walking One should wait here until this one fetches Elder One. Walking One is most welcome in this one's home. The gentle sighs of winds and trees and brooks told these ones of Walking One's peaceful words with Lord Rama. These ones also heard the Thunderous One challenged Walking One to battle. This one is certain Lord Rama was pleased with Walking One's strength. And such strength Walking One has. Arrow-shooting ones often tell grand tales of Walking One, and these ones are glad to call Walking One friend. But this one must warn Walking One. Touched ones have summoned Lord Rama once more, and this time with an offering of many, many more crystals. This one does not think Thunderous One means to bring judgment to Gridania. After all, Lord Ramos made special promise to Walking One. It is the intentions of Touched Ones that concern this one. Touched Ones yet act in fear and in hate. Even should Lord Rama ignore Touched One's destructive wishes, his presence alone drains the land of Aether. It is not just Gridania, but the entire realm that Thunderous One threatens. Life will seep from the soil, crops will wither and die. Then, though Lord Rama will it otherwise, Walking Ones will go to war over what remains. This one begs brave and courageous one to fight again. Touched Ones will understand that summoning Thunderous One is futile, that Thunderous One respects the strength of Walking One. Bull. Thank you. This one knew Walking One would do the right thing. Walking Ones know how to visit the striking tree, touch the Aetheryte found in the domain of the Touched Ones, and Walking One will soon be face to beard with Lord Rama. These ones will listen to forest voices for news of Walking One's victory. On the way, let's get all these things done. This might be this one's most ingenious trick ever. This one cannot wait to see Walking One's face from this one. Oh, trick? I said nothing of the sort. This one thinks Walking One's ears are the ones playing tricks. But perhaps Walking One could help this one gather some valuable ingredients, since Walking One seems to have free hands. This one requires 1 phial of morbol bile, 1 rotten treant acorn, and 2 phials of ziz venom. The stinkier, the better. Why, Walking One asks? That is a secret. Lark's Call is full of stinky ones. Walking One will find everything this one needs there. Raising a stink. Something smells rotten, and this one can bet Touched Ones are behind it. This one saw Touched Ones planting stink stools in Lark's Call. Touched Ones want to make a stink to keep Walking Ones out of the forest. This one knows. What are this one's thinking? Touched Ones would stink up this one's own home to keep out other ones. Please, friendly one, slice up stinky ones before the entire forest is covered with stink. Walking One at Hut House is always kind to these ones. This one would repay Walking One's kindness. These ones harvested many eat plants, but these ones do not eat. This one would not be wasteful one. This one would decorate Hut House with eat plants, make Hut House pretty place. But this one is busy one. Would kind one go in this one's place? Sure. Plant the wild vegetables around the hawthorn hut. Wild veggies go dead. Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me. And here. And there. And everywhere. Meow, 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 says Kitty. I thought some of them would be indoors. Here, there. there and everywhere. I bet some of them are going to be on the top. What a very selfish request. Alas. Well, I'll be they've done it again, huh? What's that? It was you who decorated my home with overgrown weeds at the self's request. Oh, dear. Look, I appreciate the sentiment, but I'd appreciate it a fair sight more if the next gift our forest friends delivered straight to my doorstep. It didn't taste of dirt at that. Friendly one returns. Walking one is pleased, yes? Walking one wants next gift delivered to doorstep? What would be the fun in that, tee-hee? Quite dark in there. Mobile and old growth tree ends. Since we're over here. Time to reattune. Duty finder's been updated with a new duty. XIV. Well, did Walking One find what this one needs from Stinky Ones? There you are. Perfect. This will be the stinkiest trick ever. Do not worry, Walking One. This one is not played on Walking One. As long as Walking One keeps doing what this one says. Touched ones once loved the Force as much as this one did, but no more. This one feels sad for touched ones. Time to speak with Minfilia. All right. Welcome back, Peter. I understand that Alphanar has a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against the Landgravel? I can scarcely believe it. Could it not have been a matter of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetherite at the depths of Snowcloak to transport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva, using the crystals she stole from the House Fortum's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we must, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aetherite, and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Prevailing theory, she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague of ours, who is currently en route to Revenant Toll from Charlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap you could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Bless you. You're welcome.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar, and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Bah. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss.
It's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Yeah, you're practically identical.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Urianger, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all-too-innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options.
Yep, time to kill our most important people, just to maybe possibly catch this criminal.
If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Blah. We've obtained a bowl of bacon broth. I've already informed Orphanor of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you to find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done on our behalf, Peter, and I have faith you will return to us, as you always have. I'm risking your life so recklessly because I feel like you have a 100% chance of success due to fate. Don't disappoint me. All right. Port is ready, sir. Sir, sir. Choice adventures are my specialty. Give me that cash. Alright. That will be done. What you'll get from me, I hope it'll satisfy you. What you asked for, yes? Take it. Perform your menial task. Oh, we already got everything we need. Cool deal. Let's get some items here. Don't plan on using Fantasia or the durability draught. Blood current tart. But next time I have a more meaningful task for me. I do believe I need to buy some more Geisho greens. $50,000 or $50 million? $50 million. I have money, but I don't have that kind of money. There it is. Okay. Now we have plenty again. Yay! You got just under 3 hours left. Good to see you, Pietro. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert has sent his regards, by the way. He attends the interrogation of Ellie Lorraine in Ulda even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We'll discuss the IV upon your return. I trust that, by which I say him, the others are waiting for us at the Aetherite. After you, Seon. There. It is ready. It worked, I think. Try tuning to the Aetherite now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We've done it. Well, we've done all we can, Pietro. For now, let us withdraw. With your final preparations are complete, you may seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Buh. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Ishar to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. If she succeeds, we will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if her strength will suffice. I cannot say if our own strength will suffice, so I'd encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Membrida's experiments, but others will surely agree that the desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray, speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich.
Yes? Sir Emmerich regrets that he Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person, and asks that I read to you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Pieter Krolinsk, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rose to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service of a greater cause. May he alone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Ac Afaf Aethrit Hard is now available.
Take care of this on the way, then. I mean, while we're here, we might as well take care of some of these missions for the beast tribes, right? A few. We should counteract the aggressive actions of the Coral Tridents.
Coral Tridents have erected battle standards mere paces from the floodgates. It seems dangerous to me to let them so provoke the soldiers who man the walls. I know the Klitchfather Council's discussion over destruction, but unlike my spawn brother Peer, I do not think the Tridents would respond well to a polite request. I believe a small act of vandalism is in order. Take these flint stones and strike sparks on their war banners. They should burn nicely. The territories of the Sahagin and the Shorewalkers are firmly divided by the north and south tide gates. If my kin ever hope to expand their hold on this land, they will need to bring these towering walls crashing down. This is, in fact, the first and most crucial objective for the Coral Tridents. Thus have they developed a new kind of, what is the Shorewalker word? Ballista. They are giant shellfish that subdue their prey with shocking bolts of energy, and the tridents are used foul sorcery to warp these creatures into devastating siege weapons. They've already transported a number of these weapons to the land base and plan to commence a full-scale assault. You must destroy the ballistas before they are into position. Naturally, the Tridents will not easily surrender their new toys. Do what you must, but we cannot allow them to realize their short-sighted ambitions.
We need to teach you humility in these Coral Tridents.
This Coral Tridents have taken command of a trading vessel. They certainly wasted no time in sending a messenger to boast of their achievements to their brothers in the spawning grounds. If this prideful revelry is allowed to continue, it will only encourage others to follow their example. I propose that you board the captured ship and knock some humility into these merchant hunting fools. Show them not all shore walkers are such easy prey. Begin your demonstration with the rank and file on deck, and their leader will soon appear to challenge you. His defeat at your hands should have the desired effect. The merchant man is yet in open water, so you'll need to ride an Elbist to reach it. Take the wind from their sails, finless one.
Wine, says the kitty. Wine. Set fire to the other one. Well, ballista.
Well done, Shorewalker. A simple act to be sure, but you struck a subtle blow for our cause. My clutch mates think me hot-headed. Clutch Father Nov often scolds me for my temper, but the direct approach is the only approach when it comes to the Coral Tridents. Do not forget, all we do to prevent a greater conflict with your finless peoples. Fine work, finless one. The tide gates are safe from the Tridents for the time being. These foolish warmongers understand not what they seek to destroy. While those banners are in place, neither side will commit their full forces, leaving us free to complete the cultivation of our spawning grounds. Progress toward peace will come at a trickle, not a sudden flood. For now, we must preserve anything that keeps our peoples at a comfortable distance. The captured merchantman is far from the spawning grounds, and that is good. My eldest needs the exercise. Go on, get on him. See you later, alligator.
So, how do I leave? Hey, why, yes? What's up, Diggs, by the way? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, I guess I have to beat all of them. Okay, fine. Like, how do I go back? There's the exit. Okay. Meow. The lesson was a success. The tale of their humiliation will be apparent to all when they slink back to shore, bloody and beaten. This incident reminds me
of a great recent experience. After a particularly bountiful fishing expedition, I gorged myself on my catch. It wasn't until after I'd finished my gluttonous feast I noticed the remains of a mildly poisonous bottom feeder. I was sick for days and have been careful to sort my hauls ever since. Fish. No, I do not mean to compare you to a bottom feeder. Forget the story. I thank you for your aid, Shore Walker.
Here's the vendor. Alright, well, Big's BTW wasn't there. Alright. Survey this thing deep in the spawning grounds and see. That moves us closer to the rest of the thingamabobber. There it is. There it is. Oh, and this other person gives up on this party, I will too. Looking like Judgment Bolts and Lightning is not happening. It's not right now. What's up, Rambros? How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastmen strongholds? This is the correct voice, not that other one. So these are the flamed, flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I've seen countless specimens from I know not of these many excavations, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You've done well, Peter. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zaragak, the war camp of the Amalja and the Thanalan. The latter in Natalan, the roost of the Ixal, or halls of Corythius. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. That I was looking for. Actually, let's before I do all this. One point. Now we can go. Let's go ahead and do these Beast Tribe quests since we're here. Okay, Fibblegib. And now I've kind of switched out the voices here, so I need to determine. There we are. Shoulder to scry on, or shell to scry on. The zealotry of Ifrit's devotees knows no bounds. They perpetrate all manner of foolish and honorless acts in the name of calling forth the Lord of the Inferno. It is fortunate, then, that our own counter-strategies are many and varied. We need only read the ashes to divine the most promising tactic before marching off to do battle with our foes. Our divinations, however, require a goodly supply of iron tortoise shells. We also require a store of fire sprite cores, with no ordinary fire will otherwise burn hot enough to consume the natural armor of those shambling hills. Honored ally, would you aid the hunt for iron tortoises and wildfire sprites, and gather the materials for our rituals? These adversaries would prove sufficiently worthy to maintain our warrior's edge, while you await more momentous engagements. Shadows of Zaraka's scouts fall upon the boundaries of the Ring of Ash, though they probe with a weakness for our defense. They'll find that the wall of the borderland, the Brotherhood, stands solid against these incursions. We shall teach these incautious fools that swift and final judgment awaits any who seek to seize the lizard's tail. Go forth, honored ally, and cut short the reconnaissance efforts of the Almazaz thaumaturges and lancers that you find. With the brethren spy on carcasses strewn throughout the approaches to Zanrek, we shall know that the borders of the Brotherhood are not to be lamely tested. Be they 10,000 strong, the muling whelps of Zanrek could not stand before us without the invigorating strength of their deity's flames. They carefully capture the Lord of the Inferno's searing exaltations and harness them for their unholy rites. The gods touch spires that they ensconce within towering altars and radiate Ifrit's blessings upon all within reach. These flaming beacons must be destroyed. The Brotherhoods of Ash will take from their vile kin every symbol of their undeserved strength. I trust this task to you, honored ally, but be forewarned, the sentinels that guard these beacons stand closest to the source of their power, and will prove to be most fierce adversaries. I'm missing something. Oh, I'm attacking the beacon. Okay, I got it now. I got it. I was like, I don't understand. There's no creatures around here. Just the beacon. I got an iron tortoise shell from the iron tortoise. You're right there. And that should be it. Oh, Kitty. Would it be at all possible for you to just not make noise all the time? Do you have the materials for our divination? Yes, these treasures of Thanalan will be put to good use. Our mystics will be well pleased with your contributions. These prophetic rituals were once traditional amongst all Amoja, but the old ways are being forgotten. Once the omens have been scryed and their battle plan decided, we will find further need for your assistance, adventurer. Your measured violence will be witnessed, honored ally. Already the Zarak caravans eye the horizon with mounting fear. We will not seek to harry them too far. They may serve to stiffen their resolve. No, we allow the terror to grow, take root. I left the power not so easily dampened. Till the war is won, I fear we will need to break these infernal altars again and again. And these walls are so effective whenever I can fly. Hostile presence. There's our flame eater. Alright, I've waited 30 minutes on this one. The Cramped Dragon Head. Thank you, wind-up gentlemen. Total we go. Zoomies. Kitties get the zooms. Peter, it's good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the Beastmen? Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we're now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there's another step that must be completed ere we get to that. While the crystals you acquired from are indeed flawless, they are of little use in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defenses, then they need to be cut and polished. But first, time to do Bowl of Embers hard. Bowl of Embers hard. Yeah, boy. Anything special with this? It's the same. It's always been. Peter. It's good to see you. Tell me, are you able to obtain the crystals from the Beastmen? Let's finish this idea. Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we are now ready to proceed to the next stage of preparations. The process calls a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in and of itself, I fear. Needless to say, I'll be requiring your services once again. Ambrose wishes to proceed with the shaping of the flawless crystals. If the flawless crystals you procured for us retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but might as well call them one substance, namely aether sand, which is 4 elementally aspected varieties. Alas, aether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it's not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it's used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Ul'dah seemed the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the guildmaster, however, I was informed that no aether sand was currently available. Though I requested the word be sent as soon as stock came in, I've yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order some time before you procured the flawless crystals. I'm well aware that acquiring aether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not a patient man. But I fear the more we delay the investigation, the greater the risk of the tower's secrets may fall in the hands of other less savory parties, which is why I wish to entrust you with the payment of our purchase, and send you to speak directly to the Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when next we meet, we will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of aether sand you require. All right. The Howling Eye Hard is next. All right. I'm gonna use the restroom, then join just so this doesn't happen while I'm not paying attention. Hi, kitty. Yes, I know. You want Anna's coffee.
Well, kitty. Yeah. Did it smell good or did it smell disgusting?
Like, both, actually. It's kind of weird. I think it ruined the milk by putting something that smelled like poop in there.
Which is the coffee.
Right. sweetie. Stop trying to trip my
Warmer
wife.
than it was.
Hooray!
Kitty, this is my chair. If you want attention.
Notice me, senpai! Please, notice me!
He knew I was heading back to my chair.
Yes, he did. Okay, work on Howling Eye Hard. Okay. And while I'm working on Howling Eye Hard, Tool Dog. Go to Goldsmith Guild. Like, hey, serendipity. I got your payment. Where's my frickin' sand? Ah, Master Krolinsk. Welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? Here is gold bulging guild folks. Give me a sub. You're here on behalf of the Sons of Saint Coinage? What fortunate timing. I was just about to contact Master Rimbrose with the news. We finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected Aethersand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you're welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray speak with Jemimine over the... Well, I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the Aethersand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, I'd be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment. Partial? You're saying this is not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or two. Theater? Oh, it's been too long. What brings you here? And got your eye on something expensive, have you? Here, give me the sand in question. Well, now, this is quite the money pouch. The sound of so many guild clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming and yet invigorating at the same time. Oh, no, you're here for the blooming Aethersand, aren't you? I need it. It's important. Well, I can't deny the Allegan civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking for something big, but I never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else. Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard that you lot had used a corrupted crystal aboard the Enterprise. In fact, anyhow, to cut a long story short, our design calls for 4 varieties of Aethersand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here, even for you, lad. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation, if not by technologically innovating, eh? Ahem. While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out this gentleman is representative of the organization that reserved the Aethersand in question, to mention nothing of the fact that his purse is considerably larger than yours. Oh, it's like that, is it? All right. This batch is yours. I'll let you have it. But if you're going to take my sand, it's only fair you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up of other technological innovations, or another one or two. Okay. What is next? Oh, pigs. Let's go. Now then, when you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 varieties of elementally aspected Aethersand as well, huh? Then rather than sitting on your rump and waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would better be spent looking for this stuff yourself. And it just so happens I know of a good place to start. There's said to be a peddler in northern Thanalan who very occasionally handles the earth-aspected variety of Aethersand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know that you're thinking, when did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Thanalan without me. I just hope he managed to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Fog, and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I mention her? Aye. Wedge thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. All right. So we're trying to do Howling Eye hard. Setting it down. There we go. Camp Blue Fog. Time to go to Northern Thanalan. Kitty's like, this is mine. It makes sound, and I like sound.
Yell at me and give me attention.
Yays. Experienced adventurer. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is the squat, silent type. That has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. Huh? Do you wish to hear my tale? I warn you, 'tis no stirring epic. As you asked, my employer, a Lalafellan lad, wishes to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but it is apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandit stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion and not seen him since. Oh, he's a friend of yours, is he? You best be prepared for the worst. It is just possible the poor sod may yet have been lost in the old Almazine mithril mine. I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now. Go team. Let's hit this Howling Eye. We can finish up this conversation. Oh, we did finish the conversation. Excellent. Full party. Just in time, too. It's Garuda time. My heart has begun. Of your folly mortals. Take care of this one, and then we'll start on the Shiva. No, what is it? Naval Hard, that's what I'm going to get next. You're all right, Wedge. I'm here. How could I be so stupid, sneaking into a bandit's lair? It's not the sort of thing I do. And now I'm going to die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk out of here right now. Here we go. Yeah! Yeah, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Yo. Peter, is it really you? How did you find me? Can you smell fear? Anyway, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen aether sand, which Biggs and I need for our research, as it happens. I was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish, and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away, and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes and what looked very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the most important thing was that the stolen aether sand is right here in my oh dear. Must have fallen out when I was taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. It's fine. You'll find the aether sand in my stead. Thank the gods. You're a true friend, Peter. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits here don't seem to care much for visitors. All right. Earth cradled aether sand. Must be in there pretty good. Fight. That's what we really want. Peter, any luck locating the aether sand? Yes, that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're on a mission to collect the aether sand and you're working with the chief? Treasure trove of elegant knowledge, you say? I see.
Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation. It sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the Chief's time must be worth a look. Right, I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind, and you should return to Mordana with that Aether Sand before there are any more, mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Peter. The navel hard. Time to do the hard navel, if you know what I mean. And I sure hope you don't. Fantastic music. We're heading toward the Crystal Spire. One day, when you're older, we'll get there. Well, Peter, you've returned. And taking your presence, you were successful in procuring some of the Aether Sand. Tell me, what variety did you find? It's lighter than Earth. I see. 2 varieties. Well, that's 2 more than could reasonably be expected, and 2 less than I'd hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You've done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we'll no longer need fear death by earth and fire. Mather Garland, if you'll be so kind to prepare the relevant crystals. What voice did I give Sid? Keep forgetting. I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I was looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like this every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are, but Aether Sand isn't something you find simply gathering dust in the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. I was looking everywhere. It helped from Wedge and Biggs. Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turned my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, huh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? That's typical. I jest, of course. It'll be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of Aether Sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rim Bros, have we any information on where the water and wind aspected types might be hiding? Not of yet, but I've made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Perhaps an explanation's in order. But first, let us savor the preliminary victory that Peter has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Quest complete. Homebros wishes to discuss the procurement of the outstanding varieties of Aether Sand. Yes, I speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of Aether Sand.
Some days ago, I asked a Chevrolet and acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nearly a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we don't have time to investigate his fate. As I mentioned before, the more we delay this expedition, the more likely it is the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud, seek out Parsorinal and the Master of the Markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where Aether Sand might be bought, it's he. Alright. I'm going to meet with the Market Master. Yes. I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to procure Aether Sand? My dear fellow, have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? I've not seen so much as a grain of Aether Sand in these markets for many a long year. I could tell you where one might find the ore, from which the water aspect of the variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. You seem undeterred. Very well. I'm familiar with Earth's Gift. That's where the ore might be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the Betusta Nightmare, you'll know you're in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. Search the hog's territory. This I shall do.
Sui, as it were. Open hog carcass, huh? You're too late, adventurer. And not only for the entertainment, you'll find no trace of the ore which would recently lay here. Nay, not so much as a speck. Ah, no. You'll never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you'll have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now, stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hope to find is gone, taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous, however. Accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of Aether Sand with you. The wind-touched variety, to be specific. I trust I have your attention. Good. The Bandit Ixal in North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to delay here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixali logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be your destination. And this is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. Okay. If it is to be a race, let us rush there. I am known for my ability to be Russian.
unicorn.
Yes. It's very masculine unicorn. It is only type, you know. Just in time. Oh no. I managed to die twice.
Finally. Oh.
Let's grab this wind aspect of Aether Sand. And then we're going to go to Geralt.
We're already near him. Bravo, that was quite the show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of Aether Sand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind aspect of Abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling the greater prize is mine. This inequity will not stand. I insist you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, and clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dalaruns. Grab this wind-blasted Aether Sand. Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gifts into Aether Sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is being made by mortal men, and I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you've shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine. Turning the stuff to him, and maybe we'll get our actual weapon. Maybe. Be nice. So you're back. I never doubted for a second you'd trounce all three primals and coming back to pester me again. All right, then, let's see this Whiteheart Ember, the Howling Gale, and the hyperfused ore. These ought to get me the levels of heat I need, which leaves just the Razotan quenching oil for cooling things off afterward. You got that too, I assume? The Revenant's Toll. Sleep near Barding, huh? Mm-hmm. More defense and less of the magic defense. All right. So while we're here, turn on the other thing. And then maybe, just maybe, we might be able to get our, like, relic. So you were also trying to get your relic quenching oil thing? Silence. Waifu is very concentrated. What news of your mission? Are any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? Here are the abrasives you asked for. You brought both. I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. Money sounds great. Quest complete. There, that should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all four of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Pieter here was the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the Alligans' front door. Look. Can't go without us, Chief. Biggs, Wedge, come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Alligan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemans look ancient.
I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads. I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they did not understand, and the realm has been dragged to the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We should not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed?
Yes, Chief. It's freedom through technology.
Exactly. Freedom. While we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Allegan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed ours twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower, and if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding wills such as yours have defined the course of history.
You return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation?
Why, you assigned me a task, of course. Surely you've not forgotten about the Aether Sand. I tasked a passing adventurer with delivering it, more capable courier than I could imagine.
Nice.
Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I'm Grahatia, one of the students at Baltiston. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia, huh? We'll give him the mysterious voice. All right.
He has been assigned to the project as an overseer, an observer. I hope you'll forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of your own.
Buh. So then, our fellowship is complete, and all stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Noah. That is the name I've chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the sons of Saint Coinage, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation of our ventures to leave its mark on the annals of history. I could claim that Noah stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically. But my true reasoning for choosing this name stems from the fact that it's shared by a vaunted Allegan Archmagus.
An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Very well. Now the pressing matter we call ourselves has been settled. It's time we set forth to brave our outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Everyone ready to depart?
Yes. Yeah. Go.
Ready.
Grati is ready to begin the expedition to the Crystal Tower. Gentlemen, the secret of the ancient Alag beckon. Let us not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers of the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambros, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allegan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition myself, though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer. Still, we can but make use of the resources at hand, assuming all are in agreement. Let us proceed forthwith to the large, lopsided gate found to the southeast. crystal tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Sid, you're the only one of our number who's ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present. Time to pass the 4 gates, where we shall probably fight some pretty nasty guardians. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us that it is. One might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 alms of the tower's inner reaches. Oh, no matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft would spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, it's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk this life-testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to make sure that they work. And down it goes. Ha ha ha! Success. I, for one, am convinced, friends. Ready your fangs. The last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right. Look. And thus have we broken the bonds. Haha, we did it! So much for the outer defenses. Indeed. The entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of expedition. I suggest we wait here while Pieter and a hand-picked party of his adventuring companions enter the tower. What? Without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will. But our investigations must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of this place is this well defended, can you imagine what awaits on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Pieter here fits that description better than anyone I know.
You okay?
It's not as if we should be idle in his absence. While Pieter and his companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path to the tower, we can set about analyzing this rubble, the evidence of how this technology functions. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in that endeavor, historian Grahatia. Oh, do you ever tire of being right, old man?
Pieter, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me to at least provide you some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of this tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ages, or the Ancients, something like that. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. While you're reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell, and we shall join you post-haste, no matter what Master Garland says. Although we would prefer, if any relics you encounter remained intact, you have leave to do whatever is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Pieter. Go. It's an adventure. Kitty loves your lap.
I wasn't getting up there willingly, so I had to put them on.
Labyrinth of the Ancients is now available. Duties for alliances. This duty is designed to be undertaken by an alliance, a squad of 24 adventurers formed from 3 full parties. This battle composition is reserved for large-scale duties only. When you're in an alliance, the class job icons and HP bars of alliance members will appear in the right of the party list. By joining forces with other parties, you can achieve what would otherwise be impossible. Okay. Let's get this done before we go in.
You wanna watch the day night here?
He loves hanging with the waifu.
Huh?
He loves hanging with you, waifu. Alright. These ought to get me the levels of heat I need, which leaves just the rather kind of quenching oil for cooking things off afterwards. You got that too, I assume? It is your special oils. You've done your part, and so I'll do mine. Watch now as I try not to bat your eyelids. Ain't every day you get to see a relic reborn. Ha-ha!
He looks enthusiastic.
Yep. These God-given hands worked yet another miracle. Feast your eyes on Thyrus. Just as it was in the days of yore, 'tis a sight to move a man to tears, you lucky bastard. You better bloody well take care of it. Up in arms. In order to receive the quest Up in Arms, be equipped with a relic weapon Zenith. Paladins must be equipped with Cortana. Alright, well I got that one done. Alright. potty time yet again, and we have an hour left. We'll see what all we can get done. Okay. Let's do this one. Amphitheater hard. Go. All right, very good. Let us take on Shiva.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance.
Will you be possessed by Shiva?
Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Let's go. Shiva's always so fantastic. I'm fighting Shiva. I'm going against Shiva. Indiana Jones will soon start cursing me and attacking me with stones. Uh-oh. He's been deep frozen. I love Final Fantasy. Go team.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
Yeah, Iceheart brought about Shiva.
Mine is the righteous cause.
Mm-hmm.
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you. Following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why.
Shiva was the grand heretic, and she brought Shiva back to try and end the war. That was her idea.
Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth.
A woman who had relations with a dragon.
Shiva? Okay. And you find it interesting too, Steve?
Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
It looks like she returned to the Aether. She's lost to the life stream.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
We'll see. At the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Ice Heart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Demonians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. I've never heard of a Primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma? For what would have known to cause his hallucinations, you see? No? Fair enough, I was only asking. Brita remains unconvinced he's not sustained a head injury. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. And before that, you'd best pay a visit to White Brim Front and speak with Alphinaud. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. My tale of what I saw was a little too unbelievable. Oh, yeah. I had to get this one. I think Labyrinth of the Agents needs to happen. So, let's see if I can duty this. Look at how many people I need for this one. Yes. All right, there's 49 minutes. I'm going to assume that I'm not going to be able to win that battle today. I'll have to do that one at the beginning of tomorrow. Yeah. I highly suspect that that's inaccurate. I think what's going to happen, I think no one has actually done it today. I think what's actually going to happen is that I'm going to have to use Friend Finder to get there, or Party Finder to get there. I think going this route is not going to work. And there he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever a doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you'd be so kind. Yes, this crazy thing happened. We are too late preventing the summoning.
but not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration, and one for which we have Pieter to thank. Yes, you're right, of course. Sir Emmerich, we would be content with what we have accomplished. Though I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer the threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there's the matter of the Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Rillimon, is the caravan ready? The supplies and your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortem's caravan. Lest the crystals be compromised the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause, all the same. Oh, on an unrelated note, Pieter, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? It is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took a half-dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Whatever. Men give vent to their anxieties in a myriad of ways. Pray do not think less of him. Let's go. We have a Labyrinth of the Ancients. That's pretty close to 5 minutes. We're waiting on 2 to appear. Waiting on 1 now. Awesome. Labyrinth of the Ancients. Let's go. Crystal Tower, the Labyrinth of the Ancients. No!
You got murderated. Thank you. Doing great, team. We got a dragon in the middle. go. Team. All right. don't know what's going on. Burns pressure. Mm-hmm. The behemoth. I'm just trying to keep my little party alive. Yes. That's 3 heroes. Got him? I think we got him. I think we've opened up level 2.
All saber ready. Few deaths there. My bones. That's why you have to keep him in the center. Yep. That's what I call a labyrinth. Wait, no, you call that a labyrinth? Achievement unlocked. Labyrinth of the Ancients complete. Oh there, Peter. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large on the volumes that are sure to be penned in this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Bellician colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun, a characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. This was quite difficult. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that would have been Pelagon. Not Archeon, Pelagon. He was a hero of the Elegant Revolution. And you gleaned all that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Alagan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented from the Alagan's extraordinary technology. See if you need to see this. Well, there it is, the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am that you've been with us at this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through that maze, I very much doubt would be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Coineth's Find for the present, and there plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition has some way to go yet. So good of you to join us, Peter. Our meeting would have been dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you're ready, we shall debate how best to proceed.
Gratia is ready to address the assembled Fellowship of Noah. The Fellowship of Noah is being accounted for, and it's time this assembly was called to order. Rambrose will be presiding over the meeting. If you'd be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Peter. I've just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I've added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report, and begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there's no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. Quick tongue materia acquired. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses, before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Pieter's account, the labyrinth defenses are most emphatically active. Disturbingly, his report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily armed by augmented Allagan technology. In short, our misgivings are well-founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above ground by chaotic shifting of Earth. It has somehow reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the Tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we must first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the Tower itself. In conclusion, this is where we must go. A task rather easily said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Thus, I move all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you?
It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us.
It's like you said, Chief. We founded the ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end.
Lads, well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be at hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I'm to witness this valiant's tale unfold with my own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills as we ascend the spire.
You'll do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation.
As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Pieter. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one of your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have as yet, not caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Surely, soon, however, we shall cast off that veil and gaze upon the glory of the Allagan Empire.
And with that encouraging thought in mind, it's time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us focus on the task at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned.
It was quite successful. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy the Allagan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. A new toy for me to play with. I believe the fates have conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Sid. Do not disappoint me. Rose is frustrated over Noah's lack of progress in the Crystal Tower.
Ah, it is you, my friend. You're doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say there's nothing worthwhile to report. The Suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We have not been able to so much as set a single foot inside of it.
You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially? In like manner, the entryway is in a principal spire, Sirius Tower, the Alligans called it. It is protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss.
It's discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry to the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. I will require time that I'm loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand.
Perhaps we can be of assistance? And you are?
Meow.
Be at ease, friends. We share the self-same goal. I am Une, and my companion is called Doga. We're scholars of the Allagan civilization, sent by the students of Baldiston to assist in your endeavor.
Une and Doga. Rather unusual names for this day and age. It might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the students' behest, and we received nary a word of your coming. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at the Isle of Val, I should think that they have rather more pressing concerns.
We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you, we were here to help.
What is it, Graha?
Tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Oh, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. The same. You have the Allagan eye as well. This sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Allagans, yet I inherited it from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All of my life I've sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there's aught you know, I implore you, tell me. My deepest apologies. We have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain, that we possess the trait, or are bound by fate to Allag. As your eye has placed you on the path we walk, so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me that we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you?
If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet no, I'm still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldiston, when I'm able. I trust there are no objections. Very well. As of this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the Sirius Tower entrance.
I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision.
Peter, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The 2 of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He'll brief you on the situation.
Well, I shall join you, Peter, with Une and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion. I'm hopeful that we can finally see progress.
All right.
I think it may be time to head back. We'll pick this up in the next week, next Sunday. All right, so we will stop here for the day. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful day.